Hi folks, welcome. I invite you to take a deep breath, loosen your shoulders, and for a while, set aside the buzzing phone, the glowing screens, the endless notifications. Set them all down, just for a time. Maybe you're settling into a comfortable chair, maybe lying on your bed with the soft hush of the evening around you, or maybe you're out for a gentle walk, earbuds in, letting this story drift through your mind like a slow-moving river. Because tonight, or today, wherever you are, we're going to travel somewhere far beyond the edges of our usual maps. Somewhere ancient, vast, and utterly ruthless. Our story today begins with a simple idea that most of us living in the 21st century, with our microwaves and streaming movies and thermostats that keep rooms perfectly warm or cool, have absolutely no conception of what life was really like for the overwhelming majority of people who came before us. You see, we have this hazy, often romantic image of the medieval world, a swirl of stone castles, brave knights in shining armor, peasants cheerfully harvesting wheat under a soft sun, maybe even a traveling minstrel strumming a lute. It's a vision that lives in fairy tales, old movies, and even the edges of our school textbooks. But reality was profoundly darker. The medieval world, whether in Europe, Asia, Africa, or anywhere else, was a world without mercy for the weak. Disease could come without warning, turning vibrant families into husks in mere days. A rotten tooth might kill you. A simple cut could fester and claim your arm or your life. Childbirth was a deadly gamble. Hunger was a frequent visitor. And winter was not charming snowflakes drifting past candlelit windows. It was a stalking beast that could squeeze the breath from entire villages. Now pause for a moment. Really pause. Look around you, wherever you are. Notice the gentle hum of electricity in your walls. The refrigerator keeping your food cold and safe. Clean water flowing with a twist of your wrist. Antibiotics waiting in a cabinet if something goes wrong. The knowledge that if your heart faltered, there might be a hospital minutes away. None of this existed for them. Their nights were truly dark, their winters truly deadly, their illnesses truly final. And that's just the baseline, because the 13th century, the time of our story, wasn't merely a medieval world. It was a time about to be thunderstruck by a force so colossal, so terrifying, that it would redraw the very shape of continents and haunt the nightmares of empires. Let's enter the Mongol Empire. Picture this, the largest contiguous land empire ever to exist. Stretching from the cold forests of Eastern Europe all the way across the burning Iranian plateaus, over the soaring Hindu Kush, through the sun-bleached Gobi, and into the trembling heart of China. An empire forged not in marble courts or gilded throne rooms, but in the saddle, by men who could ride a horse for days without dismounting, who could sleep beneath open skies at 40 below zero, who could hit a bird on the wing with an arrow at full gallop. It is almost unimaginable from our perspective, because to build such a thing required a level of endurance, ruthlessness, and raw survival skill that most of us, truthfully, cannot fathom. And here's the chilling thought that brings our prologue to its sharp, gleaming point. You, yes you, watching from the safety of your warm home, wrapped perhaps in a blanket, sipping tea, would not last a single day in the world of the Mongol Empire. Not a day, and that's not an insult. It's simply a statement of the staggering divide between our cushioned modern existence and the raw, unrelenting realities that moulded the people of that time, where a wrong decision didn't just cost you money or social standing, it could cost your entire family their lives, where the cold alone could claim you by sunrise, where strangers riding over the horizon didn't mean a friendly visit, but quite possibly slaughter, enslavement, or being carried off to some smoky camp 1,000 miles from home. Now, before we saddle up and truly begin this long, immersive journey through the age of Genghis Khan and beyond, if you find yourself drawn to stories like this, if you enjoy wandering through the shadowed corridors of history, exploring the overlooked and often brutal truths of our past, then I gently invite you to subscribe to this channel. Not out of mere vanity, but because it means you won't miss the next time we open such a door together. And if, by the end of this voyage, you find this tale haunting or illuminating, maybe share it with someone else who'd appreciate a story told slowly, with care, because we have many astonishing moments ahead that would be a shame to miss. So now, let us leave behind the warm hum of our modern world, let the screens fade, let the walls of your room dissolve, and step with me onto a cold, endless plain, under a sky so wide it seems to swallow the earth itself. Our tale opens on the Mongolian steppe, a land of rolling, treeless grasslands that stretch on and on, seeming almost to curve with the planet itself. Underfoot, short, tough grasses whispering with the slightest breeze. Overhead, an endless dome of blue that, in the daylight, blazes with such clarity it feels as if the sun is closer here than anywhere else. At night, that same sky becomes a black ocean freckled with stars so sharp and bright they appear almost within reach. You might imagine it as breathtaking, almost romantic, and it is. But this landscape is also a cruel, impartial judge of who may live and who must perish. Before Genghis Khan, before any dream of uniting these vast lands, the steppe was a patchwork of fiercely independent tribes. They were like beads scattered across a hide blanket, each tribe its own small world, bound by loyalty to bloodlines and totems, fiercely guarding honor and grazing rights. Among these were the Tatars, notorious for their cunning and treachery, the Merkits, hardy and skilled with the bow, the powerful Naimans in the west, and the Karites, Christians by faith, but warriors by every breath they took. Each of these tribes carried centuries of grievances, alliances made and broken, blood feuds that would spark like dry tinder with the slightest breath of insult. Life on this steppe was brutal, even on the calmest of days. Raids were as common as rain, though, ironically, rain itself was rare enough to pray for. A man might wake to the sound of hooves thundering over the ridge, enemy riders swooping in not merely to steal horses or cattle, but to take women and children. Bride stealing was not simply the plot of legends, it was a common, accepted, if terrifying, part of social order. Imagine that for a moment. In this world, your sister, your mother, or even your young daughter could be seized, tied over a horse, and carried off, never to be seen again, or returned only after heavy ransom or marriage to her captor, forced or otherwise. Slavery was woven into the fabric of life. If your clan lost a skirmish, the survivors could expect ropes around their necks to be herded off as human spoils of war. Boys might become servants or lowly warriors, girls domestic workers or concubines. No one came to rescue them. There were no foreign embassies, no humanitarian outcries, only the cold acceptance that this was the way of the steppe. Now consider the simple, brutal math of survival here. A child born on the Mongolian steppe faced staggering odds. Perhaps half would not live to see their 5th birthday. disease, accidents, malnutrition, or simply the cold itself, which could be so ferocious that it froze lungs solid if breath was drawn too sharply. And for those who did survive, life expectancy often did not stretch much beyond the 40s. Yet every day was lived with a fierce vibrancy, a necessity born from knowing that tomorrow was promised to no one. Beyond the steppes lay powerful, glittering civilizations that looked down upon these rugged nomads with a mix of contempt and nervous caution. To the south and east stretched the realms of the Jin dynasty, ruling over much of northern China, a land of cities with towering wooden pagodas, bustling markets, carefully tended rice paddies, and walls so massive they seemed to scrape the sky. Further west lay the Western Shia, whose Tangut rulers claimed imperial splendor, build and fortified cities, and trade in silk for horses, silver, and, occasionally, peace. These dynasties saw the steppe tribes as both a nuisance and a tool. The Jin in particular mastered the art of divide and conquer. They would shower one tribe with gifts, bolts of silk, casks of wine, golden belts, persuading them to attack another tribe, keeping the nomads too busy squabbling among themselves to ever unite against the cities. And so the tribes fell into a delicate, humiliating pattern. Leaders of the Mongol, Tatar, or Karate clans would travel south to the Jin court, bow deeply, sometimes 3 times, their foreheads striking the polished tiles, to receive tribute. But the reality of this tribute was not the dignity of equals exchanging diplomatic gifts. It was the price of peace, the fee demanded by the Jin emperor to keep his armies from sweeping north and crushing the fragile herding camps under iron heel. Imagine the bitterness this sowed in proud nomadic hearts, to be forced to kneel before men who could not ride a horse 50 miles in a day, who fattened themselves on rice while your people scraped moss from rocks to feed goats through the leanest months. But beyond politics and raids, it was the land itself that was often the deadliest adversary. Winters on the steppe could plummet to minus 40 degrees Celsius, winds slicing across the plains like invisible knives. Horses' nostrils froze shut. Children had to be wrapped so tightly in furs they could barely move. The old and the weak often simply did not wake when dawn finally crept over the white horizon. And when summer came, it brought little mercy, only different hardships. Scorching suns bleached the grass to brittle yellow, waterholes shrank to mud, insects swarmed, the very air seemed to shimmer with thirst. Their homes, called jers or yurts, were marvels of portable engineering, but offered scant luxury. A round wooden lattice covered in felt made from beaten sheep's wool, with a small hole at the top to let out smoke from the dung-fueled hearth. It was efficient, mobile, and just warm enough to stave off death, but nothing like the insulated comfort of our modern houses. When storms howled, snow drifted through seams. When it was hot, it was stifling. When it was cold, it was barely survivable. No warm bakery breads or delicate stir-fried dishes here. The Mongols lived on whatever they could wrest from the land or their herds. Tough, leathery, dried meat that had to be gnawed for minutes before softening. Fermented mare's milk that was sour enough to pucker the bravest face. Even warm blood tapped from a vein in a horse's neck when other provisions ran thin. Imagine that contrast. Many today become irritable if their coffee machine fails or their internet lags for a few moments. Here, if you did not have the skill to slaughter, butcher, and preserve your own food, or the fortitude to drink hot blood on an empty stomach, you simply wouldn't last. This was the world that existed before Genghis Khan took his first breath. A fractured, blood-streaked, frost-bitten canvas, waiting for a hand to draw all these violent threads into a single, fearsome tapestry. This is where we begin to feel the magnitude of what was about to unfold. Because all around these scattered tribes, beyond the petty feuds and daily fights for survival, forces were stirring. Whispers of legends, ancestral prophecies, and the desperate need for someone who could stand above it all. A world so harsh, so unforgiving, seemed almost to be waiting for a figure with the same cold relentlessness, the same burning intensity to rise from its soil. The nomads did not write histories on paper. Their stories lived in songs carried by the wind, in epics recited by the fireside under that canopy of savage stars. They traced lineage back to a blue wolf and a doe, a mythical union that suggested from the start their blood was meant for conquest. Even as each clan jealously guarded its own hearth and herds, there existed a quiet, collective memory that their forefathers were destined for something more than scraping by at the mercy of Chinese dynasties or rival raiders. But hopes alone did not fill bellies or thaw frozen children. For now, these steppe people were too busy surviving the next frost, the next raid, the next pang of hunger. In this world, your daily routine was a litany of hardship. At dawn, you might rise stiff from a bed of hides laid on hard-packed earth, your breath visible even inside the ger. The first duty, check on the animals. If horses had broken their tethers overnight and wandered, it meant hours, even days, scouring vast hills to retrieve them. Losing your best horse could doom your family to slower flight if enemies came. A woman might start the day by milking mares, hands raw and red from cold leather buckets. Children gathered dung patties to dry for fuel, the pungent smoke later choking the air inside the jeer. By midday, men might practice archery on rough targets, or ride out to hunt marmots or wild goats. Every day was a struggle to secure the next, and if you grew too weak, too slow, too sick, the steppe had no mercy. A cold winter might force families to abandon the old, or infants too feeble to survive. The tribe would move on, leaving them with blessings for a swift journey to the afterlife. There simply wasn't enough food to risk everyone's lives for one. This was not cruelty. This was mathematics, the brutal arithmetic of life on the steppe. Against this backdrop, the Jin and Western Jia continued their subtle humiliations. Their merchants and envoys travelled north with embroidered silks and lacquered boxes, objects of alien delicacy to people whose entire lives were leather, bone, and wool. They traded these luxuries for the best steppe horses, extracting yet another price from proud nomads eager for a taste of southern splendour. And always there was the threat of armies, iron-armoured foot soldiers in disciplined ranks, crossbows that could pierce a man through at twice the range of a Mongol bow. This is what kept the steppe fractured. Each tribe feared these southern powers almost as much as they feared each other. Yet no wall stands forever. The seeds of Mongol unity were already germinating in the hard soil of endless hardship. Tribes tested each other in constant raids, forging warriors of astonishing resilience. Every boy learned to ride by the time he could walk steadily. Every girl knew how to strip meat and tan hides. Even feasts were but brief interruptions in a life dominated by the next need, the next enemy, the next storm on the horizon. Now imagine yourself there. No morning latte, no heated water on tap, no news feed to scroll. Your Wi-Fi complaints, Here, they would be as laughable as a child, whining about bedtime while outside wolves prowled. Your survival depended on muscles honed by daily hardship, on a stomach that could digest curdled milk and raw offal, on the skill to stitch up a wound yourself or die of infection. A twisted ankle wasn't an inconvenience. It might be a death sentence if you couldn't flee when raiders crested the hill. This was the crucible that would forge the world's greatest conqueror. A landscape so merciless it moulded its children into living blades, sharpened by hunger, polished by grief, tempered by freezing winds. A boy would soon be born on this steppe, a boy with a bloodline of wolves, with eyes that saw not only what was, but what could be. His name would echo across continents, spoken in fear, in awe, in rage, and eventually even in respect. His name was Temujin, though the world would come to know him by another, far greater name, Genghis Khan. Our story continues, not with the rise of armies or the clash of empires, but with a boy, a child cradled by a mother who had already seen too much of life's cruelty, born into a world that did not pause its merciless rhythms for newborns. They say Temujin was born around the year 1162, near the banks of the Onon River, in the rolling wilderness of what is today northeastern Mongolia. The sky was a hard, brilliant blue. The grasslands stretched endlessly, dotted by grazing horses that paid no heed to the moment history itself would later revere. But it was not an ordinary birth. When his mother Hoelun delivered him, the midwives, seasoned, leathery women who had seen countless births under the felt roofs of countless jurs, gasped. For in the infant's clenched tiny fist was a blood clot, dark and glistening. Among the Mongols this was more than mere happenstance. It was an omen, an augury whispered from the spirits of the steppe. A child born clutching blood meant he was destined to be a mighty warrior, perhaps even a ruler who would bathe the world itself in conquest. Such prophecies did not soothe a mother's heart, though, for Hoelun knew well what it meant to live by the sword, or to die by it. Temujin's lineage was noble, if such a word could even apply on the unforgiving steppe. His father, Yesugei, was a chieftain of the Borjigin clan, descended from the legendary Blue Wolf and the Fallow Doe. But titles were fragile things here. Leadership rested not on divine right, but on personal power, charisma, and the ability to protect and provide. So from the first breath Temujin drew into his small lungs, the world was already watching, some with hope, many with caution. Temujin's earliest years were tender only in the private sphere of his mother's arms. Hoelun, herself once abducted by Yesugei from another man's household, was a woman of steel beneath her gentle eyes. She taught her children to ride, to skin animals, to endure hunger without complaint, for these lessons would soon be tested in ways most could scarcely imagine. When Temujin was around 9 years old, his father Yesugei took him on a long journey to arrange a future marriage alliance with the family of Berte, a girl who would later stand by Temujin through every storm. But on the way home, Yesugei was poisoned by the very people he thought allies, the cunning Tatars, who had long memories of old grudges. Stricken by agonies, Yesugei managed to reach his own camp, where he died, leaving behind a widow and her children in a world that respected only strength. Then came the final betrayal. Yesugei's clan, the Taichi Ud, decided a woman and her young sons were burdens they could not afford, so they packed up their jurs, gathered their herds, and simply left Hoelun and her children to fend for themselves. Imagine that, if you can. One day you are surrounded by uncles and cousins, by familiar laughter, by the shared burdens of a tribe. The next, you wake to silence, the wide, terrible silence of empty plains, broken only by the distant cry of hawks. Food stores dwindled. The family scavenged for wild roots, dug out marmots when they could, and trapped mice to stave off starvation. Their hands grew filthy and clawed from rooting in the earth, their bellies bloated with malnutrition. Temujin was just a boy, but his mother's hard eyes told him, "You do not weep, you learn, you survive." But hunger is not merely a gnawing of the stomach, it is a poison that seeps into the soul, that warps brotherhood into rivalry, trust into suspicion. Temujin had several brothers, half and full. One of them was Bekta, older, stronger, and quick to assert his will. As the family's pitiful catches and scraps grew fewer, Bekta began hoarding the choicest bits for himself. This was not simply greed. In this stark calculus of life and death, what Bekta took could be the morsel that meant life for Temujin and his closest brother Khasa. So one day, driven by a cold, pitiless logic that mirrored the very laws of the steppe itself, Temujin and Khasa stalked Bekta like wolves. When they caught him alone, they drew their bows and slew their own kin. It was fratricide, a crime by any measure. But out here, it was also a lesson. Loyalty was owed to those who shared your immediate hearth, your daily bread, your whispered hopes by the dim glow of embers, not to the half-brother who threatened your survival. Thus did the young Temujin learn some of the earliest, hardest rules that would one day make him not just a survivor, but a ruler. Mercy could be fatal. Strength was life. And trust was the rarest, most dangerous currency of all. But the steppe was not finished testing him, for soon Temujin's growing reputation as a determined youth, a boy of notable birth, now outside the protection of a strong clan, drew unwanted attention. The very Taichi Ud, who had abandoned his family, saw an opportunity to extinguish a potential threat before it could blossom. They captured Temujin, binding him in a heavy wooden collar, a kang, a cruel yoke meant to restrict movement and mark him unmistakably as a prisoner. Imagine him there, just a teenager, struggling under the awkward weight, unable to fully lie down or even rest his head without splinters biting into his neck. At night, he would stare upward, watching stars revolve across the ink-dark heavens, wondering if he would ever again taste freedom. His captors treated him as an animal. He was moved from ger to ger, forced to serve meals, fetch water, all while the collar scraped his collarbones raw. Yet even in this humiliation, Temujin learned. He observed alliances, listened to whispers, noted which warriors sneered and which regarded him with uneasy respect. Eventually, with the covert help of a sympathetic household, a man and his sons who risked everything by hiding the fugitive, Temujin escaped into the darkness. He plunged into an icy river to throw off dogs and pursuers. The cold that might kill another man became his ally, numbing him enough to slip away. Emerging on the other side, breath tearing from his lungs, he knew something vital. He could endure what most could not. And the bonds of loyalty he forged in that family's small act of mercy would echo decades later when he returned as Khan. Freedom meant little without purpose. For Temujin, much of that purpose was bound up in a promise made years before, when he was still a small boy at his father's side, to marry Berta, the daughter of Dey Sechen of the Ongirat. Reuniting with Berta was more than personal fulfillment, it was political. Marriage cemented alliances, secured herds, guaranteed warriors. Yet for Temujin and Berta, there was also genuine affection. Stories tell of how she admired his quiet resolve, his refusal to break under hardship. Together they built not just a household, but a fragile power base. But the world would not grant them peace. Soon after they wed, the Merkits, yet another rival tribe with long memories and bitter feuds, raided their camp under cover of darkness. Berta was taken, a prize to be gifted among Merkit warriors. For days that must have felt like lifetimes, Temujin rallied allies, including his blood brother Jamuka and the Kherate leader Togrul, to mount a rescue. When they finally struck the Merkit camp, it was with the ferocity of men who knew exactly what it was to have everything stolen. Berta was recovered, but with a heavy uncertainty, she was pregnant. In the cold calculus of the steppe, bloodlines mattered immensely. Temujin chose to raise her son, Yochi, as his own, cementing both personal love and political necessity. This decision, rooted in both tenderness and brutal pragmatism, would haunt the Mongol succession long after Temujin's death. All these trials, the betrayal by his clan, the murder of his brother, his time as a fugitive slave, the kidnapping of his beloved Berta, left indelible scars. They did more than simply teach Temujin to survive. They forged within him an iron resolve, a conviction that only by uniting the fractious tribes under one unassailable banner could such humiliations and tragedies be prevented. He began gathering loyal followers, not merely based on kinship ties, but on merit, a radical idea in steppe society. Those who served him well were elevated regardless of birth. This was a new code, one that would eventually tear apart the old fabric of tribal aristocracies. It was here, still far from being the world conqueror of legend, that Temujin sowed the seeds of a vision. A Mongolia not divided by blood feuds, but united under a single standard. It was audacious, almost laughably improbable. Yet anyone who looked into the hard, unblinking eyes of this young war chief might have sensed it was also inevitable. So the child of the Onon River, who once scavenged roots and mice to stave off starvation, began his long climb. Not toward mere vengeance, but toward a destiny that would reshape the world from the edges of Eastern Europe to the far coasts of China. And it is here, amid the swirling dust of these humble, haunted beginnings, that we start to glimpse the silhouette of Genghis Khan emerging from the boy Temujin. Our story drifts now into the years where the boy Temujin began to stretch towards something larger than mere survival, where hardship ripened into ambition and ambition sharpened into destiny. In the vast reaches of the Mongolian steppe, no man, however strong, could carve a future alone. Temujin understood this better than most. The steppe was a shifting tapestry of loyalties, fragile pacts, and ancient enmities. To rise above it all, one needed bonds that cut deeper than blood. Among these early bonds was his relationship with Jamuka. Jamuka was of noble stock, born to the Jadaran clan, a branch of the larger Mongol nation. He and Temujin were close in age, and together they forged an anda, a sacred oath of brotherhood that transcended mere friendship. In the eyes of the steppe, an anda was not taken lightly. It meant more than a promise. It was a melding of spirits. They exchanged gifts, shared secrets, and swore under the eternal blue sky that they would regard each other's lives as their own. Together, they raided small tribes, stole herds, and divided spoils. In these heady days of youth, they laughed easily, dreamed grandly, and imagined a world they might one day rule side by side. But raiding was more than mere adventure. It was a means to build reputation. And in a society where respect could mean the difference between feast and famine, life and death, a fearsome reputation was invaluable. Temujin displayed unusual generosity in dividing plunder. While other young chiefs hoarded wealth to display power, Temujin rewarded loyalty immediately. He gave fine horses, sturdy saddles, even captured women to his most trusted warriors. Each gift was a thread in an intricate web of obligation that tied men to him more securely than any iron chain. Gradually, he attracted followers not just from his kin, but from distant, lesser families. Men who saw in Temujin's camp a new kind of order, one where ability could lift a man's station, no matter his birth. It was here, in these modest raids and fireside councils, that the early bones of an empire began to form, though none could yet see its shape. Yet fortune did not always smile. In a cruel echo of his childhood, Temujin was captured by the Taichi Ud, the very clan that had once abandoned his family to starve. They shackled him in a wooden collar again, this crude cage pressing against his shoulders, cutting into his skin each time he moved. Imagine him now, older, wiser, his spirit too large for this humiliating yoke. Each time they pushed him to labour, forced him to pour kumis for their feasts, or muck out their horse enclosures, it was a bitter reminder the steppe still wished to bend him, to break him. But adversity was a patient tutor. Temujin did not rage or plot loudly. Instead, he watched, learned faces, noted kindnesses and cruelties. He discovered who might be swayed by promises, who held private grudges against their own masters. When finally he escaped, slipping away under cover of moonlight and cold river water that numbed the sound of his heartbeat, it was with a new, colder lesson etched deep inside him. Trust must be given carefully, and only after it had been tested like steel in a forge. The return to freedom brought more than renewed ambition. It brought an uncomfortable reckoning with old alliances. For Jamuka, Temujin's blood brother, was now growing apart in philosophy and vision. Jamuka dreamed of the old ways. To him, power rightly belonged to the steppe aristocrats, men of noble lineage who wore their pride like armoured plates. Leadership was an inherited mantle, passed by birth, unquestioned by lesser men. Temujin's view was startlingly different. He had suffered too much under the whims of noblemen who thought themselves superior. Instead, he placed loyalty, skill, and proven courage above bloodlines. A humble herdsman who showed valor might rise in Temujin's ranks as swiftly as the son of a chieftain. This was more than ideology, it was a direct threat to the old tribal order. Jamuka saw it as dangerous heresy. When the inevitable rift came, it tore through the land like a storm. Jamuka gathered his own forces, hoping to restore traditional hierarchies. Battles flared, with Temujin often outnumbered but buoyed by warriors who fought not out of obligation but fierce personal loyalty. After one such clash, Jamuka captured several of Temujin's men. In an act meant to terrify, he executed them by boiling them alive, a ghastly punishment that seared itself into the memory of the entire steppe. Temujin watched this with cold calculation. He understood cruelty had its uses, but also its costs. Unlike Jamuka, he would later prefer to offer his enemies a stark, often cynical choice. Submit and prosper under his rule, or resist and be annihilated swiftly, not lingered over a pot. It was perhaps the first glimpse of his strategic genius. Punishment was to be precise, reputation to be leveraged. Terror, yes, but never wasted spectacle. And so, in this fracturing of brotherhood, we see the steppe itself dividing. Old bloodlines and rigid customs on one side, new merit and ambition on the other, swirling toward an inevitable confrontation that would reshape everything. Temujin's break with Chamuka did not weaken him, it clarified his purpose. Warriors from across the steppe began to drift toward his banner, drawn by the promise of reward based on deeds, not ancestry. In fireside councils, under the glow of butter lamps, men spoke of how this young chief listened to the counsel even of humble herdsmen, how he shared the spoils generously and punished thefts or betrayals with unflinching justice. This was something new on the steppes, where favoritism and old feuds often dictated fates. Temujin's tent became a place where even a man of obscure birth might dream of commanding hundreds if he proved worthy. The intoxicating hope of advancement spread like fire through the nomads' camps. But to truly consolidate power, Temujin needed more than loyal warriors. He needed legitimacy. Among steppe peoples, this legitimacy came through the Kurultai, a grand council where leaders gathered to elect or acknowledge a new supreme chief, or Khan. In a sweeping assembly by the sacred Onon River, under the endless dome of blue sky, Temujin summoned his allies. Clans brought their standards, horsehair banners whipping in the wind, drums beating deep and slow. Here, nobles and common warriors alike acknowledged the extraordinary rise of the man who had once been a starving outcast. They raised him on a felt carpet, lifting him above the crowd, proclaiming him Genghis Khan, meaning something close to universal ruler. It was a moment heavy with ancient symbolism. The felt represented the land and the people supporting their chosen leader. The murmur of thousands filled the steppe, men slapping the sides of their horses, women ululating high and wild. From this point forward, Temujin was no longer merely a skilled war chief. He was the ordained ruler of all Mongols who would accept his law. Genghis Khan's first acts as supreme ruler were not to launch immediate foreign wars, but to reshape Mongol society itself. He shattered the old tribal lines by reorganizing the entire structure of the Mongol nation into units called Arban, 10, Zun, 100, Mingan, 1,000, and Tumen, 10,000. Crucially, these were mixed from different tribes. No longer could men rely only on clan ties. Their brothers in arms were now drawn from all over Mongolia. It was a clever web. Loyalty to family and tribe was replaced by loyalty to the Khan and to comrades forged through shared hardship. Genghis understood instinctively that unity was the sharpest blade he could wield. He also established the Yasa, a sweeping set of laws that governed everything from military discipline to theft and adultery. It codified severe punishments, often death, for disobedience, but also protected the rights of envoys, forbade the kidnapping of wives so common before, and demanded the sharing of resources in famine. In the Yasa, mercy was rare, but so too was arbitrary cruelty. It was a clear, universal rule, astonishing on a steppe long riven by the whims of petty Khans. Under this iron structure, Mongol society transformed from a chaotic patchwork into a disciplined machine. And then, with his people finally united under one banner, Genghis turned his eyes outward. The world beyond Mongolia was vast, rich, and complacent. Its rulers believed the nomads were a nuisance at best, useful as mercenaries or tributaries, easily distracted by local squabbles. They were not prepared for what the Mongols had become. Every Mongol warrior was first and foremost a horseman. They learned to ride almost before they could walk, spending more of their lives in the saddle than on foot. Each man maintained several mounts, rotating them to keep the herd strong, allowing them to travel immense distances without exhausting their steeds. Their tactics were unlike anything sedentary empires had faced. The Mongols could ride for days on little more than dried meat and fermented mare's milk. They could feign retreat, drawing enemies into traps, then wheel around with terrifying speed, firing arrows that whistled with deadly accuracy from composite bows capable of piercing armor. And because of Genghis Khan's insistence on rigorous discipline, units maneuvered like extensions of a single will. Signals flashed across the field via flags by day, lanterns by night. Punishments for insubordination were immediate and severe, yet fair. A commander who led his men into disaster through arrogance could be executed. So too could soldiers who abandoned their fellows. From the wind-swept youth who once scrounged for scraps in the snow, Genghis Khan had forged a people unlike any the world had ever seen, united, governed by iron law, and drilled into a weapon so precise and fearsome that entire kingdoms would soon tremble at their approach.
And so, with Genghis Khan's authority unchallenged across the steppes, the true forging of his terrible instrument could begin. For the Mongol nation was not merely a confederation of tribes any longer. It was a living weapon, honed by fire and ice, designed to slice through the very sinews of civilizations. From their earliest breaths, Mongol children were set upon a path that would define not just their fates, but the fate of half the world. At the tender age of 3, a Mongol boy was lifted onto a lambskin saddle, tiny hands clutching rough leather reins, feet dangling far above the ground. Mothers stood nearby, calling softly or sternly. There was little room for indulgence here. Falling meant bruises, tears, perhaps even broken bones. But rising again was expected, always expected. By the time he could string words into sentences, he could also string a bow. Little hands pulled against sinew-backed power, learning to judge tension by feel. They shot blunt arrows at baskets, at birds in flight, at rats that scuttled too slow. The whistling of arrows became as natural to their ears as lullabies. Then came wrestling. Not gentle tussles, but fierce tests of balance and cunning. Mongol wrestling was a national sport, a way to build toughness, cunning grips, and strategic patience. Young boys locked arms and twisted, grunted, slammed each other onto hard-packed earth under the approving eyes of fathers and uncles. By adolescence, these children had become centaurs in all but myth, creatures more horse than human. They could ride from dawn to dusk without tiring, sleep draped over the necks of their mounts while the animals picked their steady way forward through the night. They learned to lean from the saddle at full gallop, to pick objects off the ground, or to shoot arrows backward over the tail of the fleeing horse, a maneuver that would later bewilder their enemies. Hunger was tempered by endurance. A Mongol could survive on curds, dried meat, and sips of blood drawn from a vein opened in his horse's neck, sealed afterward with a pat. This was not cruelty, it was partnership, a pact between steed and rider. The horse gave life, the rider offered care, and together they moved as one. While these individual skills were astonishing, it was the genius of Genghis Khan's organization that transformed them from bands of fierce warriors into an unstoppable tide. Genghis implemented a brilliant, almost mathematical structure. At its root was the Arban, a squad of 10 men. 10 Arbans formed a Jagun of 100. 10 Jaguns made a Mingun of 1,000. 10 Minguns rolled up into a Tumen, 10,000 strong, capable of independent campaigning, yet easily integrated into a larger force. Orders flowed seamlessly down this chain, and loyalty bound each small unit tightly. If one man in an Arban fled in battle, the entire 10 could face execution. This fearsome discipline ensured that every warrior's courage was tied to the honor and survival of his closest brothers. But what made this system truly revolutionary was that leadership was granted not by lineage, but by merit. A humble herdsman who showed cleverness or bravery might find himself commanding hundreds. A nobleman who proved cowardly or incompetent could find himself stripped of followers. For the first time in the memory of the steppes, the sons of low families could rise on the sheer strength of their spirit and skill. This shattered old hierarchies and wove a new fabric of loyalty to Genghis Khan alone, who offered them a chance to become more than fate had once allotted. Imagine how intoxicating that must have been, in a world where birth so often sealed destiny. Here, through sweat and blood and icy breath on the morning of battle, any man might carve his own legend. Yet brute force alone did not explain Mongol success. Genghis Khan wielded another weapon just as devastating: the human mind. Before ever a Mongol arrow darkened the sky over a walled city, small bands of scouts and spies had been there. They travelled as merchants, monks, even lost pilgrims. They counted defenders, mapped supply lines, learned the rivalries among local lords. Sometimes they spread gold to encourage treachery. Other times, they whispered rumours of doom to fracture the unity of the enemy. By the time a Mongol host appeared on the horizon, a living sea of horses, banners snapping with black horsehair, the defenders were often already fraying from within, haunted by tales of entire towns burned to ash, or rivers choked with corpses. Then came the battlefield itself, where cunning met courage. The Mongols perfected the art of the feigned retreat. Under a sudden onslaught of arrows, they might appear to panic, wheel their horses, and flee in what seemed utter chaos. Infantry forces, hungry for victory, would break ranks to pursue them across open ground. And then, a horn blast, a sudden wheel around, and the Mongol cavalry would envelop them in a deadly crescent, raining shafts from all directions. What began as triumph for the enemy became a massacre in moments. Thus did fear itself ride ahead of Genghis Khan's armies, softening the walls of cities long before his catapults ever did. And yet, for all their terrifying mastery of open battle, the Mongols would not have conquered civilizations protected by mighty walls without a further astonishing evolution. They became students of siegecraft and rapidly surpassed their teachers. When Genghis Khan first faced heavily fortified cities in the western Xia and Jin territories of northern China, he did not disdain what he did not yet understand. Instead, he captured engineers, masons, and artisans, sparing their lives specifically to put their knowledge to use. From these prisoners, Chinese, Khwarezmian, Persian, and later European, came the construction of catapults and trebuchets that could hurl massive stones, flaming pots of oil, or even rotting corpses to spread disease. Specialized siege carts advanced behind protective walls of wicker and leather, shielding sappers who dug at foundations or lit fires at the base of gates. Each new campaign was also a laboratory. The Mongols learned to build ramps of earth to overtop walls, to divert rivers and flood city moats. They could starve defenders into submission with relentless encirclement, cutting off all routes of escape, waiting patiently through months if necessary. And then there were more sinister marvels. From Chinese specialists, the Mongols acquired early gunpowder weapons, primitive bombs and rockets. Accounts from terrified defenders describe fiery arrows that screamed across the night, exploding in bursts of shrapnel and flame. Though crude by modern standards, for people who had never witnessed anything like them, they seemed the very breath of dragons. Genghis Khan's genius lay in absorbing these alien technologies without arrogance. Where other steppe leaders might have scoffed at strange contraptions, he recognized that every tool, no matter how foreign, could be bent to his iron will. But it was not mere mechanical devastation that won the Mongols so many victories. Perhaps their deadliest stratagem was psychological terror, a cold, deliberate calculus of fear. When a city resisted and had to be taken by force, Genghis often ordered it destroyed utterly. Men, women, and children might all be slaughtered. Only a few survivors were sometimes spared, deliberately, to flee to other cities with tales of horror so ghastly that walls would be opened at the first sight of a Mongol banner. These were not wanton, purposeless cruelties. Each massacre served as a grisly billboard. Better, in the Mongol view, to break the will of 10 cities with the ruin of one than to fight protracted sieges again and again. Contemporary chroniclers, both horrified and grimly impressed, recorded how towns would send urgent envoys offering keys and tribute, rather than face the fate they had heard whispered by trembling refugees. And so we come to the starkest emblem of Mongol terror, the Pyramid of Skulls. After a city's fall, soldiers often collected heads, cleaning them of flesh and stacking them into towering mounds outside the ruined gates. This was not a mindless atrocity, but a calculated message to the next fortress down the road. Resist, and this awaits you. Surrender, and perhaps you might yet live under Mongol rule, paying tribute but spared annihilation. It is easy, from the safe glow of our modern screens, to recoil from such savage practices. Yet in the brutal logic of 13th century warfare, these spectacles were darkly efficient. They broke resistance before it could form, saving countless Mongol lives and hastening submission. So you see, by the time Genghis Khan's riders thundered toward the heartlands of Persia or the cities of Eastern Europe, they carried not only bows and lances, but the weight of legend, a shadow that raced ahead of them, darkening the sun long before the first hoof struck dust outside a city's walls. Our story now moves beyond the harsh homeland of the Mongols, spilling across borders into the lands of ancient kingdoms, places that had stood for centuries, smug in their thick walls and tribute systems. They were about to learn a bitter lesson. The steppe winds carried more than dust. They carried horsemen who would remake the world. The first to taste this tempest was the kingdom known to the Mongols as Tangut, more formally the Western Xia. The Xia dynasty ruled over a rich tapestry of oasis cities and desert trade routes nestled between the Gobi and the Yellow River. Their caravans sparkled with silk and jade, and their rulers exacted tolls from all who passed. The Tangut believed themselves secure, buffered by mountains and fortresses, by wealth and by the illusion of permanence. But around 1205, Genghis Khan began testing these borders with probing raids. They were not yet the cataclysm to come, but they sowed terror. Fast strikes that burned granaries, looted livestock, and left settlements smouldering. Like wolves nipping at a herd, they weakened the periphery before driving at the throat. It was in 1209 that Genghis Khan truly turned his gaze upon Xia with imperial intent. He swept into their lands with perhaps 30,000 to 40,000 warriors, moving with a speed that confounded the Tangut armies. When met in battle, Mongol cavalry broke them apart, outflanking ponderous infantry and raining arrows that turned fields into charnel grounds. Cities that resisted were besieged relentlessly, often starved into submission. Genghis demanded complete submission, hostages, tribute, and military support. The Western Xia, cowed by the ferocity they had witnessed, submitted as vassals, sending princesses and tribute northward. But it was a fragile allegiance, rooted in fear, not trust. This campaign was Genghis Khan's first large-scale experiment in reducing a settled kingdom. Here he learned how to break fortifications, how to sustain his armies deep in enemy lands, how to turn local rivalries to his advantage, lessons that would soon be tested on even grander stages. Yet Genghis Khan's appetite was not sated by the subjugation of Xia. Just beyond lay a far richer prize, the Jin dynasty of northern China, rulers of a vast, densely populated land, whose glittering capitals bustled with scholars and merchants, whose walls rose higher and thicker than anything yet faced by the Mongols. The Jin were of Jurchen origin, conquerors themselves who had overthrown the Song dynasty's northern holdings. They maintained enormous armies, boasting heavy cavalry, disciplined infantry, and formidable engineers. In 1211, under a pretext of Jin arrogance, they'd refused to continue tribute payments and insulted Mongol envoys. Genghis unleashed his might against them. The steppe met civilization in a clash that would echo for decades. At first, Mongol tactics seemed ill-suited. How does a nomad force overcome cities with walls thicker than tree trunks are tall? How does cavalry storm fortresses bristling with crossbows and defended by boiling oil? The answer lay in relentless adaptation. The Mongols quickly absorbed Chinese siege techniques, hiring or capturing engineers to build battering rams and catapults. They learned to construct wooden screens to protect sappers as they dug at foundations. They even employed simple but effective psychological tricks, such as driving terrified prisoners ahead of them to absorb arrows and sap the defenders' morale. Campaign followed campaign. From 1211 to 1215, Mongol armies rampaged through northern China, bypassing some strong points, isolating others, and systematically reducing Jin power. In 1215, they captured Zhongdu, present-day Beijing, after a brutal siege. The city's fall was accompanied by horrific slaughter and plunder, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Chinese cultural sphere. Yet even after the taking of Zhongdu, the Jin did not collapse immediately. They moved their capital south, and wars with the Mongols dragged on intermittently for decades. Still, the Mongols had learned invaluable lessons in protracted siegecraft and multi-year campaigns. Their war machine was evolving, growing ever more suited to dismantling civilizations that once might have seemed invulnerable. With northern China cowed, Genghis turned westward, eyes glittering at the thought of the Silk Road's riches. The Khwarezmian Empire sprawled across Persia and Central Asia, a powerful Muslim dynasty controlling caravan cities like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Urgench. Their bazaars overflowed with goods from India, Byzantium, even distant Europe. Ever pragmatic, Genghis initially sought peaceful trade. In 1218, he sent a caravan of hundreds of merchants laden with furs, gold, and precious goods. But the Shah, Allah ad-Din Muhammad II, blinded by suspicion or greed, seized the caravan, accusing them of espionage. Incensed, but still hoping to avert war, Genghis dispatched 3 ambassadors to negotiate redress. The Shah made a fateful choice. He executed one envoy and mutilated the others. This was more than an insult. It was sacrilege in the diplomatic codes of the medieval world, a direct challenge that no ruler could ignore without inviting contempt. So the storm broke. In 1219, Genghis Khan led perhaps 200,000 troops across the steppes into Khwarezmian territory. What followed was not mere conquest. It was a systematic obliteration of an empire. Mongol armies split into multiple columns, striking deep and unpredictably. Bukhara fell first. After its walls were breached by siege towers and catapults, the city was looted and thousands slaughtered. Genghis himself reportedly climbed to the top of the mosque and declared to the trembling populace below, "I am the flail of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you." Samarkand, jewel of Central Asia, fell next. Its defenders, outnumbering the Mongols, were nonetheless broken by cunning feigned retreats and overwhelming assaults. The Mongols employed captured artisans and engineers to maintain their own war machine, while massacring the rest to erase resistance. Those who believed high walls might save them learned bitter lessons. The Mongols simply surrounded cities, cutting off all food and water, waiting with inhuman patience. Desperate sorties were slaughtered outside the gates. Starvation and plague would finish what arrows and catapults began. By 1221, the Khwarezmian Empire was in tatters, its cities burned, its irrigation works destroyed, its population decimated. The Shah himself fled ignominiously, pursued across Persia and dying a broken fugitive on an island in the Caspian Sea. So swiftly could Genghis Khan remake the map, not with ink and treaties, but with fire, blood, and the relentless hoofbeats of an empire that seemed unstoppable. Let's take a moment to explore what the daily life under the Mongols looked like and see the inner workings of this vast nomadic empire. Say you had found yourself alive, somehow spared amid the whirlwind of Mongol conquest. You would have then faced another reality altogether, living under Mongol rule. And here, life operated under the shadow of a stern, yet strangely rational code, the Yasa. The Yasa was less a single written document than a sprawling corpus of edicts, oral rulings and precedents laid down by Genghis Khan himself. It was said that only he and a few trusted advisors knew its full contents. But among the people, certain laws were well understood, known by repetition, by whispered cautionary tales, and by the bloody examples made of those who transgressed. Among its most severe dictates were those against theft, particularly of horses. To steal a horse in this world was not mere property crime. It was akin to taking a man's livelihood, his means to hunt, to fight, to live. For this, the punishment was death. Likewise, abducting a woman, though ironically the Mongols themselves practiced bride capture in tribal times, under the yasa became a crime deserving execution. This was, in part, a practical necessity. Within such a vast empire, stability and loyalty depended on restraining internal chaos. The yasa also laid out how spoils of war were to be divided. This too was revolutionary. Gone were the days when only high nobles or chieftains feasted on the spoils. Under Mongol law, each warrior, from the humblest Arban trooper to the grandest Noyan commander, was entitled to a fair share. Loot was tallied and distributed with meticulous care. This was a powerful glue that kept the ranks fiercely loyal. Every man knew that to ride with Genghis was to partake directly in the fruits of conquest. Perhaps most striking was the discipline enforced under these laws. Stories abound of Mongol camps where a lost horse or stolen piece of armor would set off immediate investigations. If the culprit was found, justice was swift and often public. The spectacle of executions served as grim reminders that even the conquerors lived under an iron rule. And so the Mongol hosts, who might seem from afar like savage hordes, functioned with a surprising cohesion born of fear and mutual interest. Yet, for all this iron-fisted governance, the Mongols displayed a profound pragmatism, especially in matters of religion. Genghis Khan, and later his sons and grandsons, recognized that to rule over a mosaic of peoples, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, and countless others, demanded a certain leniency of faith. The Mongols themselves practiced a form of shamanism, revering the eternal blue sky, Tengri, and consulting shamans for omens before battles, but they did not seek to impose this belief on the myriad lands they conquered. Instead, they established a policy that was remarkably tolerant for its time. Clergy of all kinds, whether robed lamas from Tibet, orthodox priests from Rus, or imams from Samarkand, were exempt from taxes. Their temples and churches were generally protected, so long as their leaders prayed for the health and longevity of the great Khan. This approach was both enlightened and shrewd. It pacified local populations, undercut resistance, and turned spiritual leaders into indirect legitimizers of Mongol rule. On the other hand, merchants felt the reach of Mongol administration in a different, far more organized way. The Mongols understood trade as the arteries of empire, the source of wealth, information, and indirect tribute. Under Genghis and his successors, merchants were not just tolerated, but actively encouraged. They received special passports, paisi, small metal tablets stamped with the seal of the Khan, that guaranteed safe passage, lodging, and protection across thousands of miles. In exchange, they paid taxes and duties, which were meticulously recorded by Mongol officials. The revenue from such commerce flowed steadily into Mongol coffers, financing yet more campaigns, or embellishing the splendid courts of Karakoram and later Kanbalik, Beijing under the Yuan. Perhaps no institution better symbolizes the sophisticated underbelly of Mongol rule than the Yam, a sprawling relay system of postal stations that spanned the width of Eurasia. Imagine riding through the vast steppes or across the deserts of Persia, knowing that every 25 to 30 miles, a fresh relay awaited. Here you would find spare horses, fodder, simple lodgings, and stockpiles of grain and water. Mounted couriers could swap tired mounts for fresh ones in mere minutes, racing on with critical dispatches. It is said these messengers could cover up to 200 miles in a single day, an astonishing speed in the medieval world, rivaling or surpassing the best systems in Europe or the Islamic caliphates. This network was not purely for the Khan's spies and generals. It also served merchants with valid paisi and travelling dignitaries, and it knit together the farthest corners of the empire into a coherent informational web. Through the Yam, Genghis and later his grandsons could receive near real-time reports of rebellions, market conditions or distant skirmishes, and respond with breathtaking swiftness. In a quiet way, it was this humble chain of relay stations that made Mongol rule truly global. For all the thunder of cavalry charges, it was these silent outposts, standing sentinel every day of every season, that sustained the empire's nervous system. So, if today you complain when your internet drops, or when an email delays by a minute, remember, under the Mongol yam, critical state orders and merchant contracts might cross continents faster than many European kingdoms could deliver a simple letter, and all powered by sturdy ponies, disciplined riders, and the ruthless will of the great Khan. If you, a gentle soul of the 21st century, were somehow dropped into the heart of the Mongol Empire, your first true reckoning would be with their unflinching system of justice. In this land, there were no long trials, no appeals, no bloated bureaucratic delays. Justice came as swiftly as an arrow loosed from a bow, and was often just as lethal. Imagine for a moment being caught taking something that did not belong to you. Perhaps it was a horse, perhaps merely a piece of tack, or a trinket you thought no one would miss. In your world today, you might face a fine or a few days in court. Here, under the cold gaze of a Mongol officer, it meant death, and usually carried out that same hour. The reasoning was painfully pragmatic. In a realm where survival itself hung by a slender thread, where mobility, loyalty and resources determined the fate of entire armies, theft could unravel more than a single life. It could threaten a whole unit's ability to move, to hunt, to fight, so the law spared no one. Worse still for you, the Mongols embraced a principle almost alien to modern sensibilities: collective punishment. If one man of an arban, that is, a unit of 10, was found guilty of disobedience, theft or cowardice, all 10 might be executed. This brutal approach welded men together through mutual fear and accountability. Every soldier watched the other, every household kept close eyes on neighbours. The modern notion of minding your own business would simply not exist. Everyone's business was survival, and that was very much a shared endeavour. And should you think to resist or speak out against this iron rule, understand that defiance itself was a crime. Disobedience to a direct order from a superior, no matter how small, was met with the same final penalty. Your trembling protests would buy you nothing here. Even if you managed to navigate these harsh legal waters, your body, pampered by supermarkets, by refrigerators and fresh salads, by sweet pastries and delicate coffees, would soon face an even grimmer test. Picture your daily fare. It would not be a neat array of meals served at polite intervals. Rather, it would revolve around what the Mongols could carry, hunt, or preserve. Chief among these was airag, fermented mare's milk, a sharp, fizzy, alcoholic drink, sour enough to pucker your tongue and churn your gut until you acquired the taste. They drank it not merely for pleasure, but because it could be stored for long journeys without spoiling. Then there was the meat, most often from horses, sheep or goats. On campaign they would slice thin strips, sun-dry them into a leathery, almost indestructible jerky. In desperate moments, warriors might open a vein in their horse's neck and drink the warm blood directly, cauterizing the tiny wound with a pinch of dust. This was not legend, but practiced survival, a way to fuel the body without killing the steed. If you found yourself at a Mongol camp feast, you might be offered raw liver, fresh from a slaughtered animal. Rich in nutrients, yes, but far removed from your cleanly packaged steaks or carefully regulated farm products. Spices were rare, greens rarer still. Bread, if it existed, was coarse, dense, and infrequent. No comforting cups of coffee to greet a cold dawn, no chocolate, no sugar-sprinkled delights. In fact, no reliable markets at all. What you ate depended on the herd that day, or the hunt, or perhaps what your group had dried weeks ago. It is easy to grumble about a late pizza delivery. Here, your next meal was often a gamble dictated by weather, war, and the enduring will of your animals. Perhaps even harder for you to stomach, quite literally, would be the question of cleanliness. Running water was a precious commodity on the steppes and deserts. Mongols rarely bathed. It was seen by some as a weakening act, an exposure to the elements. Instead, they might rinse or wipe down using fermented mare's milk, believing its acidity could cleanse wounds and skin. This was not entirely baseless. The fermentation did discourage some bacterial growth, but it was a world apart from warm showers or carefully pH-balanced soaps. Latrines were simple pits. Waste disposal was mostly a matter of finding distance from camp. Fleas thrived in the thick pelts they wore, and lice were an accepted part of life. The Mongols were remarkably tough against it all, forged by constant exposure. You, with your sanitized modern microbiome, would be laid low in days. And then there was the spectre of plague. Long before it decimated Europe, bubonic plague travelled along the very same trade arteries that the Mongols had so diligently expanded. Fleas from marmots or rats infested merchant caravans, leapt to pack animals, then to humans. Outbreaks could raze entire communities, long before an enemy army arrived. It is a bitter irony. The very Mongol genius that knit together the farthest corners of Eurasia also created superhighways for disease. Even in peacetime, you would never quite know if the man sharing a bowl of meat beside you carried death on his breath. And if all this, the harsh laws, the unforgiving diet, the lurking plague, were somehow endurable, then came the single overriding fact of Mongol rule. You lived under a permanent shadow of war. Cities were not only conquered, many were obliterated. The Mongols practiced a chilling calculus. If a settlement resisted, it was often put entirely to the sword, man, woman, child, to serve as a cautionary tale for others. Refugees fleeing such massacres could expect little mercy. Stragglers might be picked off by raiders. Entire populations were sometimes deported thousands of miles, reshuffled like cattle to serve new economic needs. And should you be captured, your fate was starkly utilitarian. Skilled artisans were spared, sent to far-off places to build or carve or spin for the empire. But most others, unskilled, unneeded, were executed to reduce the burden of feeding them. Many simply vanished into the ranks of slaves, yoked to carts, or sent to dig siege trenches. So no, you likely wouldn't last a day, or if by some luck you did, it would be a day that would strip you down to a raw, trembling creature, desperately clutching at life under the vast, indifferent blue of the Mongolian sky. When Genghis Khan died in 1227, the empire he left behind was immense, stretching from the cold forests of Siberia to the oases of Central Asia. But in many ways, the real test was only beginning. Could this vast machine keep running without its relentless architect? The answer came through the process of Kurultai, a grand council of Mongol nobles who would decide the next great Khan. They chose Ogedei, Genghis's third son, who was seen as genial, steady, and above all capable of balancing the fierce rivalries among the royal line. Genghis himself had favoured Ogedei as a successor, recognising that the empire needed a level-headed administrator as much as a battlefield genius. Under Ogedei, the Mongol storm did not slow. In fact, it struck deeper into new territories than ever before. Between 1236 and 1241, Ogedei launched one of the most terrifying campaigns of the medieval age, the invasion of Eastern Europe. Led by Batu Khan, Genghis's grandson, and the brilliant general Subutai, Mongol armies poured through the Russian principalities, crushed the Poles at Legnica in 1241, and obliterated the Hungarian forces at Mohi. Their horse archers danced rings around clumsy European knights, who found themselves outmaneuvered, surrounded, and annihilated in open fields. The road to Vienna lay open. European Christendom teetered on the brink of complete catastrophe. Chroniclers in Germany and Italy braced for the apocalypse. But then, like a dark tide receding, the Mongols abruptly turned back. Ogedei had died far to the east, and the Mongol princes were compelled to return home for the next Kurultai. Vienna was spared, not by valour, but by the rigid demands of Mongol political custom. While Europe exhaled in relief, Russia found no such reprieve. Batu, who had spearheaded the Western campaigns, established what came to be known as the Golden Horde, with its capital eventually at Sarai along the lower Volga River. From this stronghold, the Mongols ruled Russia indirectly, extracting heavy tribute through local princes who were forced to journey to the Khan's court, and grovel for their legitimacy. This system endured for more than 2 centuries. Russian history was profoundly shaped by it. The fragmentation of the Rus principalities, the retardation of urban development, and the eventual rise of Moscow were all forged under the hammer of Mongol dominion. Mongol tax collectors, Baskaki, roamed the countryside, ensuring regular payments flowed back to the horde. Those who resisted were crushed with typical Mongol ferocity. It was a bitter relationship. But ironically, the Mongols also imposed a sort of enforced unity. In learning to deal with this common overlord, the disparate Russian states slowly gestated the idea of a unified identity. Far to the east, another branch of the family was pursuing a different dream altogether. Kublai Khan, a grandson of Genghis, was not content to rule merely the steppe. Ambitious and cosmopolitan, he aimed to complete the long Mongol obsession with China, to finally subdue the richest, most populous civilization on earth. By 1271, he proclaimed the founding of the Yuan dynasty, positioning himself not just as Great Khan of the Mongols, but as Emperor of China itself. This was no mere titular claim. Kublai completed the conquest of the southern Song by 1279, bringing all of China under Mongol rule for the first time. He moved the capital to Dadu, today's Beijing, and built a court that dazzled with its wealth, attracting merchants and adventurers like Marco Polo. Yet for all his power, Kublai also faced humiliations. Twice he launched massive armadas against Japan, in 1274 and 1281. Both invasions ended in disaster, scattered by storms the Japanese later immortalized as kamikaze or divine winds. It was one of history's most famous examples of nature deciding the fate of empires. Meanwhile, the Mongol reach extended deep into the Islamic world. Hulagu, yet another grandson of Genghis, led a colossal force into Persia and Mesopotamia. In 1258, he turned his sights on Baghdad, then one of the greatest cities on earth, a beacon of science, philosophy and art, heart of the Abbasid Caliphate. What followed was an apocalypse. The Mongols besieged Baghdad, breached its walls, and unleashed a massacre that medieval chroniclers struggle to even quantify. Some claim the Tigris ran black with ink from countless manuscripts thrown into the river, and red with blood from the slain. The last Abbasid caliph was rolled up in a carpet and trampled under horse hooves. A grimly poetic end. This conquest effectively ended the Islamic Golden Age, though the Ilkhanate, Hulagu's new dominion, would go on to foster its own forms of Persian-Mongol culture. The scholarly brilliance that had once lit Baghdad was extinguished in a matter of weeks. And yet, here lies the profound irony of the Mongol story. Even as they toppled civilizations with ruthless efficiency, the Mongols also stitched together the largest contiguous land empire the world has ever known, and ushered in a period of relative global stability, the Pax Mongolica. Under Mongol protection, the old Silk Road arteries flourished like never before. Caravans travelled from China through Samarkand and onto the Mediterranean with unprecedented security. Mongol postal stations, fortified trade hubs, and stern punishments for banditry meant a merchant might actually find it safer to journey thousands of miles under Mongol rule than to risk far shorter travels in fragmented Europe. Spices, silks, artworks, ideas, even the Black Death itself all coursed along these trade veins. Persian astronomers shared observatories with Chinese scholars. Venetian traders struck deals in Central Asian markets. The world, under the unifying yoke of Mongol power, was for a brief moment more interconnected than it had ever been before. For all its might, the Mongol Empire was ultimately a fragile colossus. It had been held together by personal oaths of loyalty, fear of swift punishment, and above all, the towering prestige of Genghis Khan's line. But as generations passed, these bonds weakened. By the late 13th and early 14th centuries, the empire was already fragmenting into 4 major khanates: the Golden Horde in Russia and the Western Steppe, the Ilkhanate in Persia and Mesopotamia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Yuan dynasty in China. These regions often quarrelled, launching wars against each other that would have horrified Genghis himself. Trade still flowed for a time, but the dream of a single, unified Mongol world splintered under the weight of local ambitions and cultural divergences. China under the Yuan faced growing discontent. The Mongols were a foreign elite, seen as aloof conquerors who taxed heavily and privileged their own kin over the native Chinese. In 1368, after years of famines, floods and rebellion, the Yuan were finally overthrown by the Ming dynasty. Kublai's heirs retreated back to the steppe, leaving behind a China forever changed, but once again under native rule. In the Middle East, the Ilkhanate collapsed into petty dynasties by the mid-14th century. The Golden Horde fractured under the pressures of Black Death and internal rivalries, paving the way for the rise of Moscow. Even the mighty Mongol military machine could not stop the entropy that set in once the central will faltered. Yet, even as the Mongol Empire dissolved, its impact echoed through the centuries in ways large and small. First, it was its political and military models. The notion of organizing armies by strict decimal units, tens, 100s, 1000s, 10,000s, would be studied by later conquerors. The idea of promoting officers by merit rather than birth also lingered, a radical concept for medieval aristocracies. Then followed its global trade networks. The Mongols had made it normal, even expected, for caravans to traverse thousands of miles. This accelerated not just the exchange of goods, but also of technologies and ideas. Gunpowder moved west, printing techniques spread. Even culinary items like dumplings found distant cousins across Eurasia. After that, cultural intermingling started. Persian administrators helped run Chinese provinces. Nestorian Christian priests debated Buddhist monks in Karakoram. Islamic architects left their mark on Mongol palaces. The very notion of a globalized world, with all its messy cross-pollination, owes a surprising debt to this rough Mongol scaffolding. All these left a darker legacy. Entire regions bore psychological scars from Mongol massacres for centuries. Cities like Baghdad and Kiev would take ages to recover. Some argue they never fully regained their pre-Mongol prominence. The memory of Mongol brutality was carefully recorded by those who survived, becoming cautionary tales for generations. If you stood on a hill outside Samarkand, or on the windswept plains near the Volga, or in the bustling markets of old Beijing, you would find remnants of this once great empire woven into everything. The Mongol Empire was not merely an episode of savage conquests, though it was certainly that. It was also a conduit by which the medieval world collided, recombined, and became the foundation of our more interconnected modern globe. The roads they built and secured carried silk and stories, plague and paper, spices and scriptures. Even after the Khans' thrones were toppled, those arteries of commerce and culture remained open, feeding into the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and eventually into the globalized systems we now inhabit. When we look back, it is tempting to see the Mongol centuries only in skull pyramids and burned cities. But history, in all its stubborn complexity, reminds us that, under the shadow of the horseman's bow, new worlds were also born. Our story carries on through the waning years of the 13th and into the 14th century. Years marked not by bold new conquests, but by a slow, grinding erosion from within. The grand empire that Genghis Khan had forged by fire and blood was always held together by the fragile glue of personal loyalty to his lineage. And like so many empires before, its most lethal threats came not from foreign swords, but from within its own golden tents. Almost from the moment of Genghis's death, his sons and grandsons began to bicker over titles, tribute and territory. Each new great Khan had to balance the ambitions of his brothers, uncles, cousins, men who were themselves mighty warlords, commanding tens of thousands of hardened riders. When Möngke Khan died in 1259, a succession crisis erupted. Two primary claimants, his brother Kublai in China and another brother, Arik Boka in Karakoram, plunged the empire into civil war. Armies that once rode side by side now turned their arrows on each other, burning settlements, destroying irrigation works, and deepening local resentments. Though Kublai ultimately won and proclaimed himself the Great Khan, it was a hollow victory. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate, paid only token heed to his authority, increasingly treating themselves as sovereign states. The very concept of a unified Mongol empire began to fade. replaced by competing Mongol states who could be as hostile to each other as they were to outsiders. Meanwhile, in Central Asia, the Chagatai Khanate fractured into rival fiefdoms. Tribal loyalties, which had once been ruthlessly subordinated to Genghis's dream of a single-steppe nation, resurfaced with ferocity. Old rivalries flared up, and each new generation of Mongol princes seemed more concerned with local power than with upholding the Pax Mongolica that had spanned continents. As the generations passed, the children and grandchildren of the steppe conquerors found themselves increasingly drawn into the cultures of the lands they ruled. In Persia, the Mongol elite of the Ilkhanate began to convert to Islam. They married Persian princesses, patronized Islamic scholars, and funded the construction of splendid mosques in Tabriz and Baghdad. The fierce riders who once scorned settled civilization now debated theology with Sufi mystics, commissioned intricate Persian miniatures, and governed with the help of Arabic legal scholars. In China, the Yuan emperors adopted many Confucian court rituals, though they maintained certain Mongol privileges, like reserving high offices for fellow steppe peoples. They found themselves drawn into the ancient bureaucratic machine of the Middle Kingdom. They printed paper money, repaired the Grand Canal, and even tried their hand at sponsoring Confucian civil service exams. Elsewhere, in the Chagatai Khanate, Buddhism found powerful patrons among Mongol princes. Monasteries dotted the trade routes, and Mongol nobles consulted Tibetan lamas for blessings and legitimacy. All of this cultural mingling enriched Eurasia immeasurably, but it also meant that the Mongols lost something of their original hard edge, the relentless, mobile, clan-centered lifestyle that had once produced the world's most feared armies. A Mongol prince lounging in a tiled Persian garden, discussing poetry over sherbet, was far removed from his ancestors, who had grown up scraping ice from raw horse meat for breakfast. Their wealth and settled luxury dulled the very instincts that had made them so formidable. Then, in the mid-14th century, came a blow from which even these splintered khanates could not recover. It arrived, ironically, via the very trade networks the Mongols had so brilliantly expanded and protected. Along the great caravan routes from China to the Mediterranean, nestled in bales of silk and sacks of grain, the plague bacterium Yersinia pestis travelled with unsuspecting merchants and fleas. Outbreaks erupted first in Central Asia, near the bustling entrepôts under Mongol control. From there, it spread westward, through Persia, into the Crimea, and then by Genoese trading ships to Constantinople, Italy, France, England. The Black Death would eventually kill an estimated 30 to 60% of Europe's population. Entire villages vanished, fields lay fallow, priests and nobles died alongside beggars and thieves. Mongol territories themselves were devastated. The densely packed cities of the Ilkhanate suffered horribly. The Golden Horde, too, saw its towns along the Volga become ghost settlements almost overnight. Trade that had once poured silver into Mongol coffers slowed to a trickle as terrified merchants either died or stayed home. In one particularly grim twist of history, Mongol forces besieging the Genoese outpost of Kaffa in Crimea catapulted plague-ridden corpses over the walls, unwittingly helping spark the European pandemic. It was a chilling lesson in the double-edged nature of globalization. The very highways that once carried prosperity and cosmopolitan wonder across continents now ferried death at breathtaking speed. And in the aftermath, local economies contracted, manpower dwindled, and the fragile tax systems propping up Mongol rulers faltered. Even after the plague's most wild waves subsided, its scars were unmistakable across Mongol lands. Caravans that once stretched for miles along the old silk roads now passed through silent towns, their marketplaces shuttered, their inns abandoned. Local craftsmen vanished, either dead or fled, and tax collectors returned to their khans with empty coffers. This strain only deepened the fragmenting of what was once a single Mongol world. The Ilkhanate in Persia dissolved into petty dynasties within decades of the plague's devastation. The Golden Horde, meanwhile, faced revolts from subject Russian principalities that saw an opportunity to shake off tribute. In China, the Yuan dynasty struggled under the twin burdens of economic contraction and popular resentment, leading eventually to its overthrow by the Ming. Through it all, the once formidable aura of Mongol invincibility faded like breath on frosty air. Where cities had once opened their gates in terror at the sight of Mongol scouts, now local warlords and upstart rebels challenged Mongol garrisons with increasing boldness. the tightly coordinated networks of supply, intelligence and communication that had underpinned Mongol power frayed beyond repair. There was, however, no sudden collapse, only a long unwinding, century by century. In many places, the Mongols did not disappear so much as become something else. In Persia, Mongol descendants became fully Persianized, their children speaking Farsi, studying the Quran, and commissioning beautiful gardens and poetry in the classical styles. In Russia, the Tatar Khanates that emerged from the Golden Horde fused steppe traditions with orthodox tribute systems, setting patterns that would echo even into the era of the Tsars. In China, the Mongol ruling elite was overthrown, but thousands of Mongols remained, some merging into northern Chinese communities, others retreating back to the grasslands to resume their older pastoral ways. It is here, perhaps, that we see the final irony of this vast imperial story. The people who once swept across Eurasia, reshaping it with fire and sword, ended by becoming essential threads woven into the very tapestries of the lands they conquered. Their bloodlines, words and customs diffused into dozens of new identities. If you could stand on a lonely rise in Mongolia today, under the same cold, vaulting sky that once watched over Genghis's horsemen, you would see little more than grazing flocks and scattered gurs dotting the steppe. The thunder of hooves that once carried dread from Korea to Hungary is long gone, replaced by the quiet murmurs of shepherds and the bleating of goats. Yet across continents, from Istanbul's bazaars to Moscow's onion domes, from Persian poetry to northern Chinese border customs, echoes of the Mongol centuries linger still. Trade routes they carved with blood became highways of silk and spices. Administrative systems they enforced under harsh codes laid groundwork for future states, and tales of their campaigns, often exaggerated, sometimes sanitized, found their way into the chronicles of every civilization they touched. It is a vast, haunting legacy, at once fearsome and strangely unifying, because for a fleeting moment in the 13th and 14th centuries, these scattered worlds were bound together under the gallop of Mongol horses and the unwavering will of a single clan that believed it was their destiny to conquer the earth. It might surprise you to learn that, even in our modern, bustling world of electric trains and satellites orbiting far above the earth, Genghis Khan still rides with us in a way, quite literally, in our veins. Genetic studies over the past 2 decades have traced a striking Y chromosome lineage that appears across a vast swathe of Eurasia, from northern China all the way to the Caspian Sea. It is estimated that around 16 million men today carry this particular genetic signature, almost certainly originating with Genghis Khan and his immediate male descendants. Think of that for a moment. 16 million men, and if we include their daughters' lineages, countless millions more, all bearing silent witness in their cells to the long-ago campaigns of a warlord who seized both cities and harems as he went. Through marriage alliances, enforced unions, and the privileges of absolute power, Genghis's genetic legacy embedded itself in the very fabric of humanity. It is a haunting testament to how conquest doesn't only redraw maps, it seeps into bloodlines, shaping the human story at the deepest biological level. But the Mongols left far more than genes. Their thunderous century changed how nations fought, traded, and even thought. In warfare, the Mongols pioneered concepts still studied in military academies today. The disciplined use of feigned retreats, synchronized multi-pronged assaults over vast distances, and the integration of intelligence networks to shape battlefield decisions. Centuries later, commanders from Napoleon to modern special forces planners would stand in awe of such operational mobility and psychological cunning. Their impact on trade was just as profound. Under the so-called Pax Mongolica, the Silk Roads flourished like never before. Merchants from Venice, Samarkand, and Xi'an mingled in bustling caravanserais, swapping goods, stories, and ideas. Paper money travelled west, while new forms of metallurgy and medicine travelled east. The Mongols even encouraged these exchanges by protecting merchants, standardizing weights and measures, and creating passport-like documents to guarantee safe passage. Cultural ideas flowed alongside silk and spices. Persian astronomers advised Chinese emperors. Mongol envoys brought Tibetan lamas to the Yuan court. Italian travelers like Marco Polo carried back wondrous tales that would later ignite European imaginations. In this way, out of terror and conquest emerged strange blossoms of progress, the mingling of civilizations that would lay groundwork for our ever more interconnected world. Yet let us not romanticize too easily. For most who lived under the shadow of the Mongol Empire, life was no grand tale of vibrant exchange. It was a daily gamble with death. If you were a peasant in a walled city of Khwarizm or Rus, the arrival of Mongol scouts on the horizon did not herald an opportunity for trade. It meant hiding your children, praying to your gods, and hoping that surrender might spare your home from torch and sword. If you were captured, you could be marched away in chains, sold in markets far from your kin. You might be drafted into the front lines of a new campaign, a human shield in the Mongols' ceaseless advance, or your skull might simply become one among thousands, stacked in grim pyramids outside smouldering gates, a silent warning to the next city on the list. For all their startling genius in administration and warfare, the Mongols ruled fundamentally by fear. Their message was blunt and effective: submit, pay tribute, and be spared. Resist, and your entire world would be obliterated. So if you, sitting comfortably now in your chair, perhaps with a coffee warming your hand and a phone buzzing nearby, imagine for a moment that you might have stood a chance in that age. Pause and reconsider. Without modern medicine, without secure borders, without a global human rights system, you were likely to end up crushed under hooves, starved in a siege, executed to make an example, or hauled off as someone else's property. That was the raw arithmetic of life in the time of Genghis Khan. And so we close this long, winding tale, not with a neat moral, but with a deep, almost reverent hush. The world that the Mongols forged was brutal beyond our modern imagining, yet from its terror also sprang unexpected bridges between East and West, new conduits for science, art, and trade. And the curious fact that millions today carry a spark of the Khan's own blood. It is a testament to the endlessly tangled duality of history, that from devastation can come connection, that the past is neither wholly dark nor wholly bright, and that even the most terrifying riders under heaven leave footprints which continue to shape who we are. Thank you truly for walking this long road of history with me, across windswept steppes, through shattered city gates, into echoing palaces and quiet merchant stalls. It's a rare gift to spend hours together, tracing how the choices of a single family on horseback could ripple out to shape the bloodlines, borders, and trade routes of our world even today. If you found yourself captivated by these stories, by the raw brutality, the ingenious strategies, the haunting poetry of it all, then please consider subscribing. It's a small gesture that lets me keep making more journeys like this for you. And if you know someone who loves deep immersive history, the kind you can sink into for hours by a fireside, or under warm blankets on a rainy night, share this video with them. This is the sort of tale too sweeping, too startling, to be kept to ourselves. As always, thank you for your time, your curiosity, and your trust. Until our next long voyage together, stay safe, stay thoughtful, and remember, even the quietest moments of today rest atop centuries of astonishing, often harrowing human stories. Farewell for now.